the Retro Show, the number one rated pregame intermission postgame show on the side of the Mississippi South, the Arctic Circle, north of the equator and west of wherever you want. It is Game 6. We shouldn't be here right now.
Oh, stop it.
We shouldn't be here right now.
If
Flyers team wasn't even supposed to make the playoffs, and we're here. You wanted hockey, you got hockey. You waited 8 years for Flyers hockey. You're getting Flyers hockey in the postseason, and you like it. Gentlemen, how are we?
Doing great. I thought tonight we should have Kevin Kurz on the show.
Okay, what did I do?
You didn't do anything wrong,
Okay,
but I figured, we're going to be talking about who's in the lineup tonight, and there are no two people hated more on social media about this topic than you and me.
I mean,
so I feel like
dozen idiots. I'm not really losing sleep over it.
Nor am I. But I just think get the people fired up, right? So me and you on here to talk about it tonight, Kev. So it sounds like Michkov back in the lineup. I got Andrew keeping an eye on
my audio just cut out.
Oh, he's got the bad headphones. 1 second. You'll get the good headphones.
We're good. I got it.
Got it back?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have the bad headphones. I always have the bad headphones. All the headphones are bad.
All the headphones.
They're terrible.
So I got intern Andrew keeping an eye on the line rushes to tell us exactly what they are. But back in the lineup tonight, 2 changes from Game 5. I know the one everybody wants to talk about is Noah Juleson is back on the third pair in place of Emil Andre. By the way, Emil Andre had a terrible Game 5.
Yeah, that's why I brought up Oliver Wonk, as we were talking about over beers after the other game in Pittsburgh.
Yes,
right?
yes, it was.
Sounds like that was close to happening. I've heard.
Yes,
so.
I've heard the same thing, that they debated it and they really thought about it. Ultimately, decided not to. I think maybe because of the intensity of a Game 6, maybe not the right time to have him come in.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But that's why they didn't do it. But it was definitely thought about. But the other lineup change. Matvei Michkov checks back into the lineup. Out goes Garnet Hathaway. And what is unknown, and we've got a lot of different people telling us different things, is to which line he will be on. I think the one that makes the most sense to me, if you're going to bring him back in, is put him with Cates and Bump, because that line worked well for a short period of time that they were together. Right? Makes sense to you too?
I agree.
Yeah.
So then Barkey goes to the fourth line?
No, Barkey's still with...
You think Barkey stays where he was at, so then who goes to the fourth?
Forster.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he's not played well.
Fourster.
Yes. Forster. So, yeah.
He's had a rough go.
Yeah. And by the way, the other thing that I think was absolute nonsense was the whole blow-up about Michkov not taking warm-ups the other night.
Yeah, I don't think that's really a thing on the road.
Not.
Yeah.
It's not. Nobody took warm-ups. That was not in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
on the road.
Is Hathaway taking warm-ups tonight?
I don't know. Do you see him out there? Do you see Hathaway out there, 19?
I don't think he is.
No, Andrew does not see him out there.
He must have refused to take warm-ups.
Yeah, somebody tell David Pagnotta. Somebody tell David Pagnotta at fourth period that Garnet Hathaway's not taking warm-ups.
I lied. He is out there.
Oh, is he?
Jesus, yeah. I apologize.
It's unbelievable. But this is at home, too.
Right.
But it's just, in the midst of everything else, we're getting those clicks. Getting the people fired up.
Yeah. So anyway, but the one thing I think that we're gonna figure out as soon as Andrew tells us what line he's on, we'll talk about it. But I think that the one thing, that overarching thing, regardless of who's in the lineup, and I think this is the thing that's most notable, and you saw a little bit at the end of Game 5, third period of Game 5. But I think Tocchet, even earlier in this game, shortens the bench and goes with the 9 forwards that he thinks are going best and the 4 defensemen that he thinks are going best.
No doubt.
Right? You think that's fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, he kind of has been doing that in some regard, right? I mean, we saw that with Michkov, frankly. And, the fourth line was going in those first 3 games, and that limited the ice time of some of those other guys, like Barkey too is in that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For sure. And so, I think that's, but I think it's going to be even sooner tonight, Kev. I really do. I think.
Well, you got to get the first goal tonight. The first 2, they haven't scored. They didn't score the first goal in either games 3 or 4. at home. You've got to get that first goal and get this crowd into it, and get the Penguins thinking. Let that doubt creep into the Penguins' minds that hey, we're really in one now, in this crazy building, and put them to bed fairly early. But you got to get on the board first.
Okay, we got to give you. Got a couple people giving you some props in the comments here.
Wow.
I mean, T from the 203. This is the people that hate Kevin Kurz is ridiculous. He's the best.
Wow.
And Gritty 123. Russ, can you tell Kurz he's the GOAT?
Wow.
Thank you. Well, that makes me feel good.
See that?
Kevin's Venmo will be through to you guys in a couple minutes.
You know what the funny thing is, though? I have my Twitter filters on so high, I don't see most of the stuff. So it's my friends screen capping me stuff and sending me. I'm like, I don't want to see this. I don't.
Now,
yeah.
Tonight, I don't even know the best way to say this, but obviously the Flyers got big brothered the last two games. It felt like Pittsburgh was the more physical team. It felt like they exerted some dominance, especially Game 4 here.
Yeah, I think you're more right about Game 4 than Game 5.
They got big brothered in Game 4.
Yeah.
You have got to set the tone early. Now, I'm not saying you do a dirty play. I'm not saying that you run Mantha. I'm not saying that you run Letang based on some things that happened last game. But somebody's got to set the tone early. And I do agree. First goal is absolutely critical tonight because I hate to say it, but we all know how Philly crowds are. There's an anxiousness to this crowd tonight. There's also a lot of F Pittsburgh to this crowd tonight. But if the Flyers give up an early goal, this place is going to go dead silent. Yeah. I would put significant money on it. You've got to build on the momentum and get this crowd behind you and get this crowd in the heads of Pittsburgh as soon as the puck drops. And you got to keep it there.
You're not wrong. But, Russ, I'm distracted by this comment.
What one?
So Keith Betham says, did we see the airbrush that 97.5 did of your headshot?
What did they do to
I don't know. I'm asking you. I figured you would know.
I don't know.
Somebody's got to send that to us.
I know that Morning Cup of Hockey uses a picture of me that's like 7 years old. So the lines on my forehead are significantly reduced. It was also right before the second kid was born. There have been 3 since, so that'll age you.
Yeah.
If you're not a parent out there yet, just get ready. Your youth will be taken from you.
Michkov is, I'm reading, give credit to Charlie O'Connor here. Michkov's with Cates and Bump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Martone is with Zegras and Tippett.
Yeah.
Barkey, Dvorak, Konechny.
Oh, that's a switch, though.
It is a switch, yeah.
That's a switch.
Wait, to say those again slowly? All right, I can just pull up the tweet. I got it here. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, it might take you a little while for that, but that's okay. So Michkov goes where he should. If you're, that's the right thing to do. But they swapped Barkey and Martone. Yeah, that's an interesting. That's thing.
The Tippett, Zegras, Martone. Let's start that line in the offensive zone.
Yeah.
Line.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to get too many D zone draws, right?
Yeah, they'll protect them a little bit. Obviously, getting the last line change.
Right.
They'll make sure that they're in more advantageous spots on the ice.
I mean, that tells me Rick Tocchet's looking at Porter Martone to do something tonight. Don't you think?
Yes.
You're putting him with Zegras, who, Zegras didn't have a great game last game, but Zegras' first 4 games I thought were outstanding.
So I think he's trying to jumpstart the offense though on that line.
Yeah.
Like Zegras played well at times.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Was it game 2 that Tocchet limited him? That was the one game I didn't think he was good.
Okay, yeah, you might be right.
I think
he was real good in game 3.
Yeah,
and real good in game 1.
I think it was game 2 that he only had 13 minutes, right? But they're not scoring, and so I think maybe putting Martone there, you're trying to generate a little bit more offense.
Yeah,
and playing Barkey with Dvorak and Konechny is an interesting.
That's not a lot of size.
Well, it doesn't need to be a lot of size.
I'm just pointing out.
Yeah,
it's a small line.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, taking Forster out of the top 9. That's a good point. Make him smaller.
Yeah. So Forster on the 4th line is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how long that lasts, right?
I agree. Like if he starts again, like I said, I think he's going to pick his best 9.
Yeah, and
at some point.
If Michkov looks slow, you swap him with Forster.
Right.
So.
You just swap them back. That's it. So, it's going to be an interesting thing. It really is. Do you believe in any so here's one of the reasons I've kind of remained confident that the Flyers are going to lock this up tonight. I mean, look, I thought that they were going to lock it up the last 2 games, and I was wrong. But I think Pittsburgh showed you what they're best in Game 5, and the Flyers still almost won the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's like if Vladar doesn't give that puck away in Game 4 and that fluky goal doesn't go in Game 5,
yeah.
I mean, either one of those games could have gone.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So like,
Flyers,
I think you've seen the best of the Penguins.
Yeah.
And it doesn't overly.
Listen, I agree with you. I still think the Flyers are going to win.
It doesn't overly impress me, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree. I think the Flyers are a better team.
Right. And so I think that the Flyers just have to clean a couple smaller things up, Russ, to pull this off tonight.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because I predicted the 2-0 in Pittsburgh. I thought they would lose Game 3, win Game 4, win Game 5. Because they played well on the road, and I thought you'd carry momentum from 4 into 5, and it was fine. Oddly enough, I think going up 3-0 was the worst potential outcome in a sense, because as soon as you kind of open the door a little bit to Crosby, Letang, and Malkin, they're going to kick it open. And I think that's what we saw, especially last game, is that happening. And so...
Well, let me ask you this in this way, and I'm being honest with this. I want you know, because you tend to be the voice of the fan, so I'm going to ask it in this way. Let's imagine that it's 3-2, but the 3-2 goes win, lose, win, lose. So instead of it's 2-0, but 3-1, 3-2, are people as panicked tonight?
No.
They're just panicked because it was 3-0 went to 3-2.
Correct.
That's what I agree.
Yeah, I think that's 100% what this is.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I do think that people have reason to be a little bit worried insofar as we're kind of seeing play out in front of us what we lined up before this series. Youthful exuberance, house money. Can they smack Pittsburgh in Game 1? Can they carry the momentum in Game 2? That played out. My concern is always when there's a veteran core that has guys the caliber. I mean, certainly Crosby, Malkin, Letang, they're not the same guys they were a decade ago, but they're still damn good players.
Crosby's the best player on the ice in Games 4 and 5.
They still have a way to hurt you and to win games.
Yeah.
So what we've now seen is that kind of like wily veteran group figure out a way to win. And like, listen, I think Mantha has stepped up as well. Like we could throw him into that group. The Flyers, again, I think it's an asserting of the dominance, but I really do think that tonight the Flyers have to figure out what the officiating is going to be. Like what we saw last game, there were some dust-ups that led to nothing. There's the Malkin's, whack to Konechny where the stick breaks. There's the uppercut and the overhand combo along the glass by Mantha. There's the Letang headlock on Glendening along the boards. And I get it. Playoff hockey, it's going to be physical. But you cannot have that happen to you at home tonight. And so you have to toe the line. You have to be careful. You don't want to overdo it. And especially for a young Flyers team, you have to figure out how to keep yourselves kind of in line and keep that emotion in check. And it does sound like, I think it was Drysdale today was quoted as saying something to the effect of, the coaches have been like pretty cool, calm, and collected, but also expressed to them that the last 2 games weren't good enough, Kevin.
Yeah, calm. That was calm but assertive is how Jamie Drysdale explained the messaging from the coaching staff. And it's, in terms of the physical stuff, I would also think the coaching staff said, stay out of the box because the Penguins' power play is good.
Yeah.
So you wonder if that gets into guys' minds a little bit, like we can't do anything post-whistle or it's going to risk putting the team shorthanded. So it's a fine, listen, that's the line you got to find in the playoffs. So,
yeah. So we have 2 super chats. Let's get this one and then we'll go back to the other one. So T from the 203 with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, T.
How do you crack the code of Artur's Shilovs and not get wrapped up in the officiating nonsense? I'm not convinced that they're wrapped up in the officiating nonsense. Kevin, are you?
No.
I think that they're annoyed like anybody else would be annoyed.
I mean,
but I don't think that they're. It doesn't sound like they're all talking about it or they're complaining about it. I think it's just like the flow of the game kind of thing.
I think it's a series where both teams have taken some shots after the whistle, but both teams have probably gotten away with a few things.
Yeah.
I don't think it's, and maybe people will get mad at me for this, I don't think it's egregiously one way or the other.
I don't think so. I don't think so either, to be clear.
No, I don't either.
I agree that Crosby dove, to be clear. That was an embellishment penalty. But then you also wonder if that was in Pittsburgh, do they make a call?
Right.
But then on the other side, there was last game, who was it? Was it Hathaway originally got a penalty, and then Sanheim basically drew Mantha and somebody else into it?
Yeah.
And the refs didn't have the stones to even it up. And
right.
It should have been evened up.
It should have been.
I thought Sanheim drew, I think it was Mantha.
That was where Mantha went
Yeah, it should
overhand
have, after that,
and then uppercut right in front of two officials.
It should have been 4-on-4, but instead they came up with a phantom double minor on Hathaway. That was one instance where I'm like, that was kind of BS.
Yeah, well, I think all referees are BS in hockey, just in general.
By the way, did you see that this combo of refs tonight? Flyers are 6-1-1 in games where they've been together. So
I don't think that really But before we get to the other super chat, what about Shilovs? He's actually played pretty well, but I also don't feel like the Flyers have made his life difficult.
No, they haven't made it more.
Right? And so, I think that's got to be something that should be a key to the game tonight as well.
Especially because this is not a big, heavy defense for Pittsburgh. This should be a Pittsburgh defense that the Flyers match up well against, because we know the Flyers lack a little bit of size, but their biggest guy is the guy they inserted. How do you say it? Salaliev or whatever. I don't know. The big guy. Everybody else.
Salaliev?
Yeah. But that's
also. I think it's Solo. I think that you could say Solo Liev.
The big dude.
Yeah, the big guy. He's the only big guy. But and that's why I think it's important to get a lead early, because if the Penguins have to start chasing, then you've got Erik Karlsson and Chris Letang who are going to take chances. And we know the Flyers have been pretty good off the rush this series. So, listen, the lead is just paramount this game. I know it sounds cliche, but...
Well, I mean, we talked about it all season. This team had so many come-from-behind victories, and we've said all year, that's great. It shows that you got grit. It shows you got determination. You never give up. But in the playoffs, eventually that luck does kind of run out. Yeah. So you're right. I mean, it's huge that they get it going. And we had another super chat that came in from Andrew Fawcett. Thank you, Andrew. Asks, does Vladar look like he's fighting the puck?
Maybe a little bit.
I thought more in Game 4 than Game 5.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And obviously that was the bad giveaway. And, that fluky goal off the end wall, I don't know what you think of it, but, I thought he probably could have played a little bit better. And then I texted Marty Baron today to ask him the same thing, and Baron basically called it fluky. He said that's a 1 in a million bounce, and he didn't really pin it on Vladar. So,
I guess the only thing, and we were saying the same thing up in the press box in Pittsburgh, Kev, that I did think that when the shot's coming by, that he had a chance to catch it.
I thought so too. Yeah,
that he had that, and it's hard to criticize that, because if you know the puck's going wide, and it's going to go okay, I don't need to catch it.
Yeah,
just let the play keep going.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right,
yeah.
And so I that's why you can't criticize him for it. But if hindsight is 20/20, then maybe you catch the puck and don't even let it get to the wall.
Yeah, or just let it go and protect the post.
Right.
But see, this is where I think ultimately the Flyers have to pay back Vladar for all the times he's bailed them out and kept them in games.
Yeah.
That getting an early lead isn't just for their psyche. It's also that Vladar doesn't feel like he's got to be perfect. And that to me is the thing where you give him just a little bit of breathing room. That's where you see him open up, and that's where you see him really dominate games.
Well, and also the Flyers were 26-0-3 in the regular season when leading after 2 periods.
Andrew, what? Turn up your mic.
Here he goes.
Does your mom actually have a candle in the house? It's a Flyers candle that she just lit.
Yeah,
she does.
Was it the one from the media?
It's the one from the thing we got the other day. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very nice. The question, though, Deirdre, is did you use the matchstick that they gave us as well?
She did.
Did she really?
We lit it for Game 5, too. It didn't work, but...
Burn the candle, Deirdre. Throw it out the window.
Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff. Kev, is there anybody that you think, maybe that has an impact in this game that really hasn't had a big impact yet for the Flyers?
Well, I look at Tippett. He's been quiet the last 2 games. We all saw how consistently, maybe dominant is overstating it a little bit, but we just saw how he consistently impacted games down the stretch and in the first part of that series. We haven't seen that last 2 games. We don't know what he's dealing with physically. Right.
We know he's got an injury of some kind.
We hear banged up a couple times. So
skipped practices, skipped the optional this morning.
Yeah, but we saw him really playing his game early in the series. We haven't seen it in 4 and 5. So he's gonna be a guy for me that I think, you don't say he's the guy that has to do something, but he certainly has it in him to play better than he did in 4 and 5.
Yeah, a guy who I thought had a better game than fans thought in Game 5 was Travis Konechny.
Yeah,
I still want to see him go one step further.
Yep.
I want to see him take it another step. I thought he was a good player in Game 5. he's your best player, supposedly. He's your top paid guy. He's your alternate captain. He's your veteran. This is a game that's made for those type of players.
And we sometimes forget too, like he hasn't been in the playoffs since 2020, right?
Right.
And does that even count? I mean, it was in the bubble in Toronto. Like that's not the same. That's night and day compared to playing in this building full of fans with their orange towels and fuck everybody shirts than playing in that bubble. So, he's probably just as much learning in some respects as some of these young guys are.
Look at this.
I like the sign though. The sign is good.
History repeats sign. I like
history repeats.
Yeah.
Just for the record, so the Flyers this season, when they score first, went 23-5-4, which was good for a 781 points percentage. That was 8th best in the NHL.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder where they'd be if they not given up the first goal, 50 times out of 82.
Yeah. It's bananas. It is bananas. Up there goes Anthony. Now he's gone to the phone, Kevin.
No, I had to answer. So my two boys are coming to the game tonight.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, they got tickets, but they got work bags and they need to drop them off in the car beforehand. So I just have to let them know.
So they got to bust a window.
No, but Maria's got the remote.
Oh. You don't keep a spare key on the car, like under the bumper or anything?
Are you out of your mind?
You don't remember those days?
Yes.
I remember those days.
No.
I don't do it.
So,
Andrew, you too young to remember what that was like back in the day?
Listen to you.
To hide a key?
Yeah.
I mean, I've done it before.
You used to, like,
I wouldn't do it here.
You used to keep it under the bumper, or like you'd find a spot.
I used to hide it like underneath the tire.
Magnetic.
So I did this. I did this in L.A. For the Phillies playoffs, Kev.
Yeah.
Have you ever had this happen? So I did use Turo. You ever use Turo to rent a car?
That's the rental thing, yeah.
Right. So I used Turo, and instead of going to
it's like the Airbnb of cars.
It's like an Airbnb but with cars. Right.
They don't sponsor the show.
Right. But so I did Turo in LA, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go pick up this car on the street somewhere. So I had the Uber drive me to where the car was, and I'm messaging the person who's renting me the car, and they're like, oh, the key's in the car. Doors unlocked, keys in the car. And I'm thinking to myself, and it was a nice car too. Like I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me? Like you just left your key in the car?
Well, LA is notoriously safe.
In downtown Los Angeles?
Very safe.
It was unbelievable. So, yeah, I guess people still do it. Just I wouldn't do it.
There goes some stateside and surfside on a. Yeah. We can't indulge up here, but we might feel like we need to after this. We'll see how tonight goes.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think they need to be a little bit better in the defensive zone, Kev? I left it very vague with that question because I have a very specific thing I want to bring up.
I mean, I thought it was the key to their. That's why they got out to a 3-0 lead. Because even when they were spending time in their D zone, they were keeping the Penguins to the outside.
Yes, but here's where I know it was vague, and so this is now I'm going to get a little more specific. They're still playing well defensively, keeping the Penguins to the outside, taking away the middle of the ice. All that's good. But they're really having a hard time getting out of their zone.
Yeah, that's been an issue, yeah.
And that, I think, if you can clean that up a little bit, and I think you heard talk about this. He talks about
times,
not just flipping the puck out. Because flipping the puck out, while it takes it out of the zone for 10 seconds, you're just giving it right back to the Penguins, and they're coming right back at you again. And I think a lot of the Penguins' dangerous chances, or even a few goals, have resulted from that.
Yep.
And so, I think that is the most important thing in their own end. They gotta be a little bit better down there.
I agree. Yeah, that's why I thought maybe we'd see Bonk. I mean, probably only would have been 10 to 12 minutes, but ultimately he's going to be better. He's probably better than that right now than Noah Juulsen is, and maybe he's better at it than Ian Alejandro.
Hey, Noah Juulsen had 2 assists the other night. Right? Yeah. Come on now.
Dunclad asking over on YouTube who's taking the last forward spot. So out. Well, I know that we talked about it, but people jump in
that's fine.
throughout the show. So Michkov is back in.
Yep.
And out comes Garnet Hathaway.
Correct.
And you want to remind the people of the lines. So Barkey, up on the top. So you've got Forster. Not Forster. No. Forster's on the fourth line.
Yeah.
You've got Martone playing up top. Go ahead.
Well, I thought if you would remember. It's Martone, Zegras, and Tippett is your top line. Your second line is Barkey, Dvorak, and Konechny.
Small line.
Your third line is Bump, Cates, Michkov.
Pretty good.
And then your fourth line is Couturier, Glendening, and Forster. Yeah.
And we're making the joke Fourster, Forster. If it works tonight, we're going to run with that. That might be a shirt, Forster. Anyway.
It could be a shirt.
You can make it a shirt. People are still believe it or not, somebody pretty recently bought an Iron Giant shirt from shop.snowthegoalie.com. You're trying to split our shirts. They're flying off the shelves over at shop.snowthegoalie.com.
Yeah, that one's doing really well.
It is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We should let Kevin go. Poor Kevin. He's been here with us the whole time. Kevin.
Come on, Bundy will be here. Bundy will be here in a minute. He got to do his keys, and he's got to do his prediction. So, do you think they win tonight, Kev?
I do, actually. Yeah.
What's the score?
Oh, Christ.
Nice guy.
4-1.
That's what
Wow!
I was going with.
Wow!
All right, we good?
Yeah.
Wow!
All right.
Kevin
Thanks,
Kev.
Kev.
Thank you, Kevin.
Cares. Good stuff.
There he goes.
Good stuff.
There he goes.
There he goes again.
There he goes again. Turning comments off on all of his tweets.
He doesn't turn the comments off.
Yes, he does.
He turns them off?
Yeah.
I thought I thought that he does it so that he can't see them.
No. He turns off the comments.
Because he said people still
He's
send
had a
him what
bunch of
people
times
are
where he's
saying.
turned off the comments and tweets. That's why people were.
Oh.
Kevin he felt. I was actually doing this for Kevin's mental health. He started scrolling the comments. I saw that. The one thing you don't do when you come on the Press Row show is scroll the comments, because you're going to have some people who say nice things. Then you have some people who say some not nice things. You don't want that to cloud your judgment or affect your ability to cover the game. You know what I'm saying? By the way, I'm sure you got this. On the way in, got a bunch of fist bumps from people saying, love the show. There was a Pittsburgh fan. I don't know who this guy was, and I should have done a little bit of investigative reporting. But a guy came up to me in a Penguins jersey. He goes, oh, I see you, Russ. And I was like, what the hell's that about? And I figured, did my 5-headed mustache come across this guy's like TikTok or something where I was calling Penguins fans smooth brain koalas? Maybe. I cannot confirm, but I'm pretty sure I did see a eucalyptus plant in his back pocket. So I think he might have been a koala. I'm not sure. Oh, we got this. We got another super chat. Big thank you to Rock Bottom. The Rock Bottom 56-Q1P. They better win or we'll hear. Let's get ready. Oh,
Jay, he wants you to do Michael Buffer.
Let's get ready to crumble. Like that?
I hope that was worth his $5.
Hey, you know what? That's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. Now, you know what, Ant? I have to tell you.
Yeah.
I don't just want the Flyers to win because I would like to see this team go into a second-round series and play the Hurricanes, and maybe they shock the world. I am so sick and tired of the Pittsburgh fans, but I have to tell you, for as much as I didn't like Penguins Jesus and that Pittsburgh blog and that weird-looking radio host who's got like the Mike McCarthy picture or whatever up in black and white as his profile picture, I have found myself getting angrier the last few days at the trolls on Flyers Twitter. They're back. They were dead silent for 3 games, and they started popping out like the roaches they are. And one of them outed himself today.
Yeah.
A total dolt, a numbskull, a useless existence on social media, and effectively said that he is a Michkov fan, not a Flyers fan, which is fine, right? But for somebody who supposedly wants to like do the whole writing about a team thing, you would think that you wouldn't declare fanhood for the team or your fanhood for the player, but has effectively called fans out for not being just Michkov fans.
Yeah, so people like that are stupid. Just freaking stupid, number one.
Very low IQ people.
But, it was interesting. We were having this conversation in Pittsburgh, and we were kind of talking about it. And here's the interesting thing, because and I give Charlie credit on this because he was the one who kind of said it. It's really.
Are you breaking Charlie's confidence by saying this to the people?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's kind of a situation where there was a group of people, the trolls as you just called them, who for a long
they might also be koalas.
Who for a long time kind of controlled the Twitter narrative about the Flyers
because they tweeted all day. I'm not sure they have jobs.
Yeah, but the point was that there wasn't enough people caring about the Flyers at the time because they sucked.
Yep.
Right. So they controlled that Twitter narrative. Now that the Flyers have a lot of interest in them again, they can't control the narrative anymore.
Correct.
And so therefore, the way that they're only going to leech onto opportunities like a loss to do their thing because they can't do it when things are going well. because everybody will dismiss them, and they can't control them.
And to be fair, when they were yelling into the void earlier in the series, when they would pop their little heads up like prairie dogs, people would be like, yo, shut the hell up. Like, what are you talking about? This is so dumb.
Yeah.
But because it's been 2 losses in a row, people are starting to panic. And obviously, the way that the algorithm works, you're starting to get served that stuff. The beauty in all of this is that we are so close to it not mattering. We are so close to this being done and over.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, there's our buddy Zilla.
Zilla.
Thanks for the super chat, Zilla, saying, I still believe. Got this tonight, and Flyers Twitter's insufferable, just saying. Thanks,
That is
Zilla.
also true.
That is also true.
Zilla, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Zilla's the one I talk about.
I know Zilla's been believing all year.
It's been like the one person, even when things looked awful.
Yep.
Zilla kept sending me the picture of Godzilla, saying, I still believe. I believe. So give Zilla a lot of credit.
I think that what we have to do, I want to remind people of something that I said 2 weeks ago in Warrington at Chickies and Pete's.
Yeah.
I said, we all need to make a pact.
Where, by the way, we will be again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back at Chickies and Pete's in Warrington tomorrow. Come on out.
Yeah,
I don't know if the weather's going to be good or not, but come on out. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I said before the playoffs, let's all make a pact, a positivity pact, that we enjoy the ride no matter how it goes. Obviously, it would have been great to have a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. Now you're in a spot where Game 6, you have the ability at home to get the job done. Get it done. Go out there, execute at a high level, and get it done. And I'll tell you what, I love when this man sits down in the midst of a perfect segue, because I said you need to execute at a high level. And I would argue that there is nobody on this dais who executes at a higher level than number 6 in your program, number 1 in our hearts. Bundy is here. Bundissimo, it's a big night. I assume that your keys to the game are gigantic. They're big keys, is my guess.
Let me dig them up here again, pal. All right, keys to the game tonight. The start. The Flyers have not scored a first-period goal yet in this series. They need a statement period to open Game 6, get to their forecheck, set a physical tone, and get back to controlling the neutral zone in the fashion they did to start the series. Avoid chasing the hockey game. Number 2, hit the net. Over the last 2 games in particular, missed shots and shot attempts blocked by Pittsburgh defenders getting in the shooting lanes have become an increasing problem for the Flyers. The Flyers have not had a problem with shot attempts. They've had issues getting the puck on net when the opportunity presents itself. Both Bump and TK and Forster missed golden opportunities by missing the net last game. And third, discipline in special teams. Over the first 5 games of the series, the Flyers have won the special teams battle only once. That was Game 2. They lost it once. That was Game 4, and broke even in the other games. Philly made a PK tweak in Game 5 after allowing 2 Penguins power play goals in Games 3 and another in Game 4. In a series that has been quite testy, it's important the Flyers don't give the Pens free opportunities on their power play that nullify the momentum and energy that this building is going to present tonight.
They're great keys to the game.
I couldn't agree with you more on all of them, Bundy. Especially the start. I'm glad you made that number 1. Because I think that changes everything.
Yeah, I think that's where I think the hope is in this game tonight is the Flyers really, really hammer them down early in this hockey game and wear them down. I really feel like this is one of those reciprocal things with the fans where they're going to be loud and you want to go out and really attack early in this game and use the energy of this building to come to life.
So do we want to get to picks? We got 3 minutes. All right, I'll start. I didn't think that Game 5 was as much of a
disaster.
Well, I don't want to say disaster because I don't think anybody really called it a disaster. But I don't think it was as bad as some people made it out to be. I think the Penguins gave their best game, and if it was a fluke, it was only a fluky goal that was the difference. And so I think the Flyers look at that and go, if that's all they got, and I think that that's all they got, I don't think that there's a lot more for the Penguins.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I don't think the Flyers played poorly in either of their losses. They just didn't get the opportunities, and they had some bad breaks go against them.
Yeah. So with that said, I think that eventually that luck turns back around. So I'm gonna go back with the Flyers yet again tonight. I think they win it. I think they get a late empty netter and pull this one out 4-1.
Bundy?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go. I think the Flyers get this done here tonight at home. I think they're going to have a good start. I don't think it's going to be perfect, though, and I'm going to say the Flyers win this 4-3 in a tight game.
Oh, wow.
That is tight. Intern Andrew.
I talked about it a little bit pregame with our friend Joe Papel. I think this plays out exactly like 2012. Flyers up 3-0. Pens make it 3-2. Everyone's nervous. Flyers just blow them out of the building in Game 6. Drew had that famous shift in 2012 in Game 6. I think Martone does something similar. Goal in the first period for Porter Martone. Flyers don't look back. They win the game 5-2. We'll see you in Raleigh.
Wow.
Love it.
You know, every team that has ever gone on to win a Stanley Cup has had to do it in steps. The Flyers' entire season has been built on this idea of building brick by brick. And once they got to the postseason, they said, ignite the orange. They have to be incredibly careful in the start of this game. Scoring first is absolutely critical. Conceding first will make this place as quiet as can be. All of that in mind, I think the guy to watch tonight is Sean Couturier, a guy who set the tone early in this series and a guy that I think is about ready to run somebody through the glass. I think Couturier has a big game. I think he has at least a few memorable hits. And I'll tell you what, I think the Flyers get it done. 4-2.
I hope you're right, Russ, but I think Coots might be dealing with an upper body.
I don't think he gives a damn if he's
He only
hurt,
took
Anthony.
4 draws in Game 5.
Yeah, I'm not putting anything on Coots tonight. He's not my guy tonight, but tonight the guy for me is connecting.
That's why I
He
said.
needs to step up.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier.
He does need to step up. Will he? I don't know.
I don't know, Russ, but
Yeah.
you took an awful lot of time to get to a 4-2 score. So what's next?
That's it.
All right,
That's
good.
the end.
We only got 20 seconds till
Yeah,
the anthem. So you want to give your little outro here, Russell?
Yeah, we'll be back during first intermission, second intermission, postgame here on the Press Row Show. Like the video, share the video, subscribe. We'll talk to all of you in the first intermission. Let's hope the Flyers take an early lead. Welcome into the Press Row Show, the number one rated pregame, intermission, postgame show, the side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and west of wherever you want. Scoreless game after one, relatively even. Neither team able to convert on the power play. Positive, I guess, coming out of that period, guys, is you limited the damage. There were some opportunities both ways, but you don't concede the first goal, at least in that first 20 minutes. One of the keys.
Yeah, but one of the keys was scoring first, which they still can.
They still could.
But you would have liked to see them do it there in the first period. They had so many chances, Bundy.
They had opportunities.
Yeah.
They did. They had the puck in. They had some pushes in that period. Probably 2 prime scoring chances, I would say, in that period. It was a good period. I don't think the Flyers played poorly at all. I think they had opportunities. They had some territorial advantage, I thought. But Pittsburgh plays well, too. They're in a good defensive groove right now, and they did a good job keeping the Flyers off the board that first period.
Yeah, I thought that there was, the one opportunity that it's going to come back and, could come back and bite them is Forster right on the doorstep. And the puck's right there on his stick.
Yeah, right there, yeah.
And he whiffed on it.
Yeah.
I think that's the one where you get to sit there and go, oh, man.
Yeah, he was in a little too tight, though, when he got it. He didn't have a whole lot of room to operate to make a play, so he tried to jam it home.
There seems to be a lot of that in the last few games where they're just missing their shots or missing their passes. They're not as crisp as they were in the first few games.
Who's that, the Flyers?
Yes.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of east to west in that period instead of that north-south, and that doesn't always work.
No.
It doesn't usually favor a team in a playoff series.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it especially doesn't favor a team in the playoff series that doesn't have that kind of skill to make those plays happen on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're not a team that should play that style.
No, they're not.
Right? So I agree with you. I think that's part of it. Oh, I thought you were going to – I turned it back to you since you hadn't said anything for a while.
I'm just sitting here.
Oh, okay. So, again, the people are saying that, Shilov's actually poke-checked that puck. We don't get a replay, so I'm going off of my sight line of it. It's the opposite end of the rink. So, all right, so maybe not. Maybe it wasn't one that will sit there and go, oh, how much could that one come back and bite you? I thought Martone had a chance. So he gets the first shot, and then the puck came back around to him, and he tried to make a cross-ice pass.
Yes, that was ill-advised.
I thought that was one that he could have taken a shot on.
Yep, there was a shot available for him.
There was a shot for him, and he tried to make a pass to Zegers. Didn't work. I also think that he made a play that I don't think you should make at the NHL level, where he was at the blue line and trying to make a pass all the way across the other side, hoping that a Flyer was coming. Nobody was coming. The pass was too hard. It hits off the boards, and the Penguins come up with speed the other way, end up with a chance down the other end. A couple of iffy plays there. I thought Alex Bump had a really good period.
Yeah, he played well earlier in the period. I didn't notice him as much as second half of the first period, but he had a very good start to this game.
I don't think he played much in the second half because of the 2 power plays.
Okay.
Right? So he kind of took 4 minutes off the clock there in the second half. 1 power play for each. He's not on the penalty kill, and I don't think he's on the power play. He was on the power play for the Flyers.
Flyers had Denver Barkey on the top of the power play.
Yeah, it was the second unit.
Second unit, top power play.
It was the second unit.
On the point.
That's an interesting. I mean, look, he's got good awareness, good hockey IQ, makes a smart pass. Did have the one puck roll off of his stick as he was trying to make a move down along the wall and towards the corner, and Penguins got an easy out off that. Power play is just not good. I mean, I don't care how you put it, however you slice it, who you put out there, it's just not good. It's just not a good power play. It hasn't been for years, and it could end up costing you in the long run. I think they're now, if I'm not mistaken, 2 for 16. I think, is that right? Mm-hmm. In the 6 games on the power play, it's not going to cut it.
The good thing is you don't have to look at the power play as a whole body of work over a number of games. You can look at that at the end of the series, but they only need 1 goal. Like when they get on the power play, if they go 1 for 3 tonight, that's been a good night. Right.
1 for 4 is fine.
Right.
In all honesty, like you just get 1 for sure.
Question here.
What are you showing us?
Well, the one of the things that's going around, and this is Sportsnet, by the way, out of Canada, that ran with this. This isn't just like a Flyers blog that's trying to spin up, Flyers propaganda on this one. But Bundy, I want to know what you see here. The claim out there is that Martone gets speared on this play along the boards. Let me see if we can get to where the contact is.
Well, he did.
It's
That's
right
why
here
I said,
along the boards.
I said something about Blake Lizotte when it happened. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to make sure that the scrubbing here, we don't lose. There's the point of contact.
Yeah.
Now, it's in the midst of a scrum here, but you have 3 officials there. Martone gets hit down low, obviously goes down. I mean, Martone's not going to get a call. I think we know at this point. Teenager so far in his career, kind of gets under the skin of the opposition. The officials aren't going to do him any favors. But like Bundy, when you see something like that, you do see a guy get hit down low in front of all the officials and nothing's called. I mean, again, is this a conversation about kind of testing the limits of what they are and aren't willing to call?
I saw the ref. He was standing right behind that scrum, looking right at it, and he never called anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, it looked like he got speared right in the boys.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's exactly what happened. And the ref had a pretty close eye on it. He chose to call nothing out of that. So we'll see.
Yeah, the thing about it is when you look at the replay, right? You could always tell when a guy is embellishing or
Right.
acting.
Right.
That looked like a guy who got a stick in the nads.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it looked like. I mean, he went down.
He got a stick tap.
Yeah.
In a bad below the table.
And he stayed down for a second, then he got up. And when he got up, at first I thought, did he get hurt when he got hit into the boards? Because he stayed hunched over, and you could see him staying hunched over on the ice as he was skating, back towards the Flyers bench. And it took him a minute to kind of recover. And so that's when I realized, okay, that's not the knee, or that's not like the shoulder going into the wall. That was something else that happened in the scrum.
Right.
And then I saw everybody talking about it being a spear, and then when I looked at the video, I'm like, oh, yeah, he got speared. Absolutely got speared, right? So.
Well, someone just said there's stuff going on both ways. There is.
Oh, sure.
And,
sure
and
is.
it's just the gamesmanship of the playoffs. And unfortunately for the Flyers, Lizotte did not get called for it.
Yeah. Well, it's what it is.
One of the things, and actually, I'll bring this up after we do. It is the first intermission, so it is time for intern Andrew's stat of the night, and then I want to bring up the vets on the team on the other side. So, ladies and gentlemen, intern Andrew is here.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing, fella?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Are you playoffed up?
Hey,
I think so.
Andrew.
Yes.
No live music behind you tonight.
No. They're changing up the vibe, I guess. I don't know.
There are a lot of things different tonight.
I kind of, the way that Mike had hinted at it, I thought it was going to be like a thing at every home game from here on out. Apparently, the Flyers really like it when she does the concert up here.
I wonder if Bundy got the guitar.
Did you steal her guitar?
No.
All right, what do we got for stat of the night?
All right, so Game 5 the other night, Alex Bump scored and became the third Flyers player in team history to score a goal in his first career regular season game and first career playoff game. Other two, Dave Poulin and Todd Bergen, who I think only played 14 games for the Flyers.
Todd Bergen.
There's just those 3 guys. And then another goal scorer for Game 5, Chris Letang. Hopefully it doesn't happen tonight, but should Letang score again tonight, he'll become the third oldest player in NHL history to have a 3-game goal streak in the playoffs.
Wow.
The other 2 that were older than him, Teemu Solani in 2011 and Ray Bourque in 2001.
I believe your Alex Bump stat, he was also I think he was the first player to do it against the same team.
Yes, both against the Penguins.
I think both against the Penguins.
Yes.
Both his first regular season goal and his first playoff goal were against the same team.
Okay.
So just thought I'd add.
That was
add
who
that
again?
in.
Alex Bump?
Yeah, Alex
okay,
Bump.
right.
Yeah.
He got his first goal of his bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's great. That's good stuff. That's good stats. Solani and Bourque, you said?
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay.
Good job out of you, intern.
Thank you.
Good job tonight. You got here early tonight, too. The chairs were here. It's been very, very successful night so far. You're having a great game.
Did you know that the marvelous Monica actually came up here?
She did.
She came up here pregame. She came over and she said, "Do you guys have your seats?" Like, I think she was ready to. I think she wanted to make a second appearance on the show, to be honest.
Great lady. Great lady.
One of the best. One of the best people we've met all year.
Yeah.
I said to her, when the coach tells me to do something, I do it.
There you go.
That's right.
There you go. You were afraid of being a healthy scratch.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all.
That's the last thing I want.
Good stuff. All right, Russ, you said you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Well, it's not a question, it's a statement.
Okay.
I have a little bit of beef.
With who?
You know, one of the people that we shouted out early in the game that needed to have a good game was Travis Konechny. And I would argue that period was not a great one out of him. There's a bit of frustration, and I get it. And there's probably a lot of pressure he's putting on himself. I get it. The execution's not there. Puck's coming off the stick a lot. I don't know if he's just trying to make too much happen or what. I don't know. It feels like a lot of the same kind of in and out.
I think you're just doing this gratuitously. I didn't necessarily think he had a bad period. Like, what was bad about his period?
I thought he was fighting it a little bit, and I did too. I noticed it.
Fighting what?
Fighting the puck, fighting the space on the ice. He didn't have a good first period. He just didn't.
Look at us. Maybe Bundy's Justin Timberlake and I'm JC Chavez. We're in sync. How about that? I'll see myself out.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Just because he has a rough period doesn't mean you're not going to turn it around.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to find that space on the ice. He's got to make the right play. He's got to go to the net.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing for me. He hasn't gone to the net with the ferocity you need to score goals in a playoff.
Not a lot of these guys have.
I don't think that they've gone. I don't think that they've made life hard on Shelov's.
No,
at all since he's come into the series.
You got to think that's a big talking point though in the locker room, right, Bundy? Like when this team was finding a lot of success down the final stretch of the regular season, when they were winning all these games, they had guys that were willing to crash the net and to try to score in those dirty areas. And it feels like the last few games, they've almost been hesitant to get there and to get physical and make things happen.
Yeah, they've gotten away from it a little bit. There's no doubt about it. But that's where the gold is. That's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is the front of the net. And the Flyers had chances to shoot and get there, but there was no presence. No net presence. You know, there wasn't that Forster. He got poke-checked apparently by Shelov's on that play where he was in tight. So he was in very tight, too. There wasn't a whole lot of room he had to operate to try to make a quick play to the net. But, I mean, I think that's one area the Flyers can do a much better job of this period is getting to the front of the net. And the middle areas to attack the front of the net.
Was there anybody from the defensive core, Bundy, that stuck out to you in a good way that period? I felt like a few guys had decent periods.
Defensively?
Yeah.
I thought Coots was pretty good. He didn't get his feet moving as much, but he made some solid defensive plays. I thought Juleson and Sealer made a couple of good plays against Crosby. They were out there with the line with Zegras, Martone, and Tippett a few times. That defense pair was.
That's an interesting strategy, right? I mean, you would think Crosby's the most dangerous player on that team. You would think you would want Sanheim and Risto out there against him the most.
Yeah, and didn't necessarily mean that was a matchup against Crosby. They're trying to get Sanheim and Risto, but for some reason, Juleson and Sealer were playing with Zegras, Martone, and Tippett for a few shifts that period.
Yeah. The one thing, I'll give you a positive. Flyers didn't get hemmed in. I know they gave up 11 or 12 shots, whatever it was. But they didn't get hemmed in, really, that period.
No, they didn't. They didn't really get like where Pittsburgh had the puck for a minute and just cycled and had chance after chance to the net. No, not a lot of that. They had a couple shifts where they had some chances of getting some looks on the monitor right now as we speak. But they had some opportunities. Don't kid yourself. But Pittsburgh had, generated a little bit, but they didn't have a lot of sustained time in the
That's
zone.
what I'm talking. It's more about the sustained time.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a little bit of an issue over the last few games. Even in Game 3 when they won, I thought that there was a little bit of that, and they got away with it. And then I think it cost them a goal in both Game 4 and Game 5. So it was the one positive you sit there and say, okay, yeah, Pittsburgh had some chances. They had some opportunities. Vladar was solid. We haven't even talked about him. I thought Vladar was pretty good.
Made routine saves.
In the first period.
Are you noticing that it seems like a good number of Pittsburgh shots are going low, near post, almost like trying to play a rebound, and then that backside, there tends to be a late trailer?
I see them shooting glove side a lot on him.
Okay.
And I think that you've seen it's a little bit of a difference with him than it had been earlier. You're seeing a lot of times he's catching and immediately protecting it onto the ice because he's had a couple of shots early in this series and even late in the season where I felt like he mishandled it with the glove, right? And so I think you're starting to see the idea of let me just catch it and freeze it, catch it and freeze it. And I think he's doing a lot of that. And I think he was very good in the first period doing that. Like Bundy said, those are saves that every goalie has to make. It's not like they were special or spectacular or anything like that, but it's an area where I felt like it's been a little bit of a weakness for him, and you can see that he's doing something to try and curb it.
I thought he was good that period.
Yeah.
Just, didn't need to be spectacular, but made the routine stops, and that's sometimes all you need out of your goaltender, not let a bad one in.
Greg Q just said it. It's exactly what he's doing. He's playing safe. And that's important because he needs to be that. He needs to do that so he doesn't give up that weird rebound that you don't expect the goalie to give up, right?
This is kind of why I said pregame that the scoring first thing isn't just for the mentality of the team. I really do think that if they get the first goal, Vladar gets to loosen up a little bit. I do wonder if there's still that. I know that in the moment you're not thinking about the prior games, but almost akin to how when you're playing injured, you're trying to kind of nurse something. I wonder if there's a small part of him that's not playing as instinctually because he's almost afraid of making that mistake because the last 2 games there's been, a goofy play that's led to a goal. You don't want him feeling like he has to play perfect, I guess is my point.
So, yeah, and I mean, and that's, that's playing good defensively to mitigate the chances against him, but he's got to make the routine stops, and he's done that. He hasn't had to be brilliant at all that period. And he just did a good job of keeping out some of those pucks that could go in, but they didn't because he made the routine stops.
Bundy, what are you looking for the most at the start of this period? Obviously, stay out of the box, but what are you looking for if you're Rick Tocchet to start the period?
I'm looking for a better forecheck. I'm looking for a way to keep the pressure on and sustain it in the Pittsburgh zone. They got guys I know they're good players and they make good plays at times, but Carlson and Letang, I really feel like you can get on them and expose them a little bit more in the turning pucks over. I think for the most part in this series, Carlson's been given a free ride almost the entire series. I think they can do a better job getting on those 2 guys.
One thing I will point out, very even distribution of the lines in the first period.
Yeah.
He did roll all 4.
Yep.
So I do think we're going to see that change a little bit. Bundy, I think he's going to shorten the bench maybe earlier than he has in the last couple of games. I know he's done it in the third period last couple of games. I think you might see him do it sooner than that, maybe later in the second period.
Yeah.
That he starts going with 9 forwards, 4 defensemen mostly, but very even distribution of those lines.
Puck drop.
All right, we will be back. Second intermission and postgame here on the Press Row Show. We'll keep the StatCast up for those of you who are new. Make sure you stick around. Talk to you soon. Welcome into the Press Row Show, the number one rated pregame, intermission, postgame show, the side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and west of wherever you want. We have to break into everything that happened in the period, but we probably should lead off with what just happened right before we came on.
Yeah.
Travis Konechny gets under Chris Letang's skin, goads him into a penalty. Letang, I mean, this has happened all series, Ant. Letang finally gets called for it, turns around, pops Konechny, down he goes.
Look,
penalty to start the third period.
Look, I think both teams have played with a little bit of an edge throughout the entire series, right?
Yep.
Here's the thing that I notice it's different about Pittsburgh. And Bundy, you tell me if I'm completely off my rocker. All right? Everybody's got a little bit of dirty in them, right? A little cross-check here, a little slash there. Like, guys do it. Both sides. Both teams are doing it. But why do the Penguins always go for the head?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, that was
sometimes they go for the balls.
That's the kind of play you got to get, though. Like for the Tang, you got to make them pay now.
Yeah.
That power play, Flyers will have a 2-minute power play starting off the third period. I mean, Letang, what a dumb penalty.
Stupid.
He just hauled off and just cranked Konechny right in the head with an open glove fist.
Yep.
A closed glove fist, sorry.
Yep.
So, I mean, those are the kind of penalties that can kill you in a playoff series, and that's where the Flyers got to have a conscious effort coming out and having a great power play to start the third.
Yeah, you got to feel it now. You got to sit there and go, this is our chance, right?
Well, to Allison's point there, bring that back up, intern. Allison's comment there about can we get the crowd to liven up? There is an anxiety. There is a nervousness in this crowd. They have had moments where they've risen to the occasion, but I think you can kind of feel it in the building a little bit.
Well,
and there were moments, and I want to get to this, there were moments in that period where you could have just offered the Penguins margaritas and a couple of chairs to just camp out inside the blue line because they had their way at even strength with the Flyers. 2 different stretches where it just felt like the Flyers could not get off the ice.
It's funny because I just talked about this at the end of the first intermission, right? Where I said at the end of the first intermission, they didn't get hemmed in at all in the first period. That was a positive. And then lo and behold, they go out there and 2 shifts. Like they get hemmed in their own end pretty bad, right?
Really bad.
And I think that to Allison's point, it depends on what end of the ice the puck is. If the puck is in the Flyers' end, you hear this in the room.
Yep.
And everybody's like this. The puck's in the Penguins' end, they get all fired up.
Yep.
Right? So that's really what it comes down to. Because they're worried that the next goal is going to be the winning goal.
Yeah.
The way this game is going. And very well might be. But yeah, that's kind of what the environment is like in here right now.
Yeah,
Correct.
There's some tension. People are sitting on eggshells for sure. There's no doubt they want to win this game and win this game tonight and give themselves a best chance. This power play is going to be monumental, though. This is going to be a huge power play to start this period.
It is. It absolutely is. I will tell you one guy who looked really good that period was Michkov.
Yeah, he looked better.
That period.
Yeah.
First period was whatever. First period was fine. It wasn't bad, wasn't great. That period I thought he looked a lot better. He had a little bit more jump that period. Of course, he has the breakaway.
Couple of opportunities
that
there.
Shilov stops. And he really made a smart play on to try to tuck it in behind Shilov's pad there. Didn't quite get it in, but that was kind of a smart play there. You was almost able to get it done. I thought he had a decent period. I thought he played well.
Yeah. He had a nice comeback period the second.
For sure.
He's showing you flashes of why people have been high on the guy. We'll see if it happens. We'll see if he has a breakthrough moment in the third. Bundy, I would argue, I guess, that the power play to start the third period is the biggest one he's had all year. I mean, it's the most critical. It's the most important.
Well, I'm at the point now where I feel next goal wins.
Yeah, the way that this is going.
The way it's going, it feels like next goal wins this game. So that's why you get a golden opportunity, clean sheet of ice to execute. I mean, this has to be their best power play of the year. At least give it a chance anyway.
I hate to give Shilov's credit here, but it has to be said, while the Flyers haven't exactly done the best job of challenging him in the last few games, he has been solid for them in that.
He has.
The one thing I think that does kind of set the end of the period apart, Bundy, is the Flyers' willingness and ability to crash the net. We finally started to see it in the last 3.5 minutes or so of the period.
Yeah.
Thing that we practically begged for the entire first period and most of that second. They finally did it.
Yeah, they did, and you could see that last couple minutes there where they had chances. They had some point shots that went through. Guys, there was traffic in front of the net. Dvorak had some opportunities. That's the kind of game you need to play. If you get the puck back to the point, find that open seam and snap it through and then direct the traffic to the net. And they did a better job of that. You can see how scrambly Pittsburgh got when the Flyers did that. They haven't made it hard enough on Carlson and the guys like Letang.
Well, I'm going to ask you a stupid question, but I think that there's something to it. It's one thing when the coaches say, guys, crash the net, right? Because they say it every game. Is there a moment there late in that period where the guys actually see the success and it's like, hey, guys, what if we started crashing the net?
Yeah, sometimes that'll happen where you have a shift like that, and then the next line follows up with that, and you kind of get your recipe and your formula together. Absolutely, Russ.
Yep. I think the Penguins have done a really nice job. This kind of goes over the last couple games too, but really noticed it in that period. They do a really nice job of getting their third man back.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah,
they've done a good job having a good third man high.
Yeah. Like the Flyers. You remember in the first couple games they had so many
odd man
rushes
chances.
and odd man chances and opportunities that they just don't have anymore because the Penguins have done a nice job getting the third guy back. Right?
Yeah, they've done a good job.
And I'll tell you another guy who I think had a really good period, maybe a little bit understated because you didn't see him do a lot, but I thought Denver Barkey had a really nice period
Did
too.
you?
Yeah, like he had a couple of really. He is the one thing I like about him is he's not afraid. He don't care how big the guy is. He's not afraid to get in there and battle along the wall. He might not win the battle because of size, just because
he doesn't
right?
win a lot.
Right? But he's willing to go in there and try and get it done. And that's all you can ask for him, right?
Yeah, I mean he gives it 110%.
Right?
That's what you can ask. I mean he is a small guy.
Yeah,
he really, really is.
Yes, he's smaller than you, Russ.
Yes.
Just saying.
But I'll tell you who's not small. I'll tell you who's come up large the entire season. And guys, while we all pick the Flyers to win, we think they're going to win, we do also have to acknowledge our own mortality here. There is a chance that if things don't go according to plan the next couple of games, this could be the last one of the season. And with that in mind, although we want to believe that it is with momentum going into the second round, prepare those instruments, gentlemen.
Are we ready already?
Oh yeah, I mean we're almost halfway through the intermission, so now
we're gonna have another series somehow, some way. We're gonna have another series.
All right, here we go, guys. 1, 2, skiddly diddly do.
Thank you,
intern Andrew. Trivia time.
All right, so thank you, David Cross.
Wow.
So I mentioned in my stat of the night. Chris Letang and him scoring goals, and we change up the vibe. We'll go from a Penguins defenseman to a Flyers defenseman. Maybe it'll be Sanheim. That's the hero.
Lafristo?
I'm saying Sanheim specifically because if Travis Sanheim scores, he will become just the third Flyers defenseman in team history to have one singular playoff series with 3 or more goals.
Oh, okay.
Can you name who the other 2 are?
3 or more playoff goals in one playoff series. Is Desjardins one of them?
No.
Matt Carl?
No.
Braden Coburn?
No.
He's just going to start throwing names out.
Timo Timonen?
No.
Wow. That one's surprising.
We're going back a while here, aren't we?
You were teammates with one of them.
Carl Dykhouse.
No.
He did score in the playoffs.
Yeah, he did.
At Buffalo, right?
Yeah, and in New York, I think he had one too. Andy Delmore.
Oh,
that's right. The hat trick.
And then he
scored
an overtime
How do
goal.
we forget the Andy Delmore game?
Yeah.
How many others are there?
Just one more.
So there's only 2.
Yeah.
If Sanheim does it.
If Sanheim does it, he'd be the third.
Yeah,
There's one more.
Old guy?
Yeah.
How?
He did this in,
Mark
Howe
Howe
was the other one. Yeah.
Okay. That's good trivia.
Andy Delmore.
6 taps for intern.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff.
Intern, can you move out of the way and just show people what's not happening behind you? Just want to be clear. We have no karaoke tonight. I'll tell you why we don't have karaoke, and I'm not supposed to talk about it. But Bundy, we have footage of what happened a little bit earlier tonight. They were preparing karaoke earlier, and Bundy, we did catch on video what you did.
Oh my God!
Russ is in playoff form.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
That was great.
Always ready. All right, thank you, intern.
Thank you.
Very nice job. So, Bundy, here's the real thing. It feels like a lot of times we're talking about the younger guys on the team and Barkey playing well. Bump has had moments. Michkov's had moments. But some of the guys that we're not talking about are the vets on the team. And when you are in a moment like this, you're about to have a power play to start the third period. You have a chance to close this thing out at home, avoid improbable Game 7. I'd argue that right now is the time that your vets have to be the ones to step up. Is that the feeling in the locker room, and is it a thing where Couturier and the other vets are challenging one another to be the ones to step up in this third period?
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that this game, I said it today on Kipper and Bourne on 590 The Fan in Toronto. I said this is not one with your young guys might chip in, but this is a game the veterans need to take over. They need to be the be-all, end-all in a game like this. And it's not been bad, but there's got to be another level to their game, that they have to bring it to another level.
Who do you guys think that would benefit? Like, who are the guys that you look to in this period that you feel like have had a decent enough game to this point, stylistically could make an impact here in the third? Are you looking at a high-skill guy like Zegras, or are you looking at a guy like Tippett, who, again, late in the season, body-wise, physicality-wise, was doing something? Who's the guy that you look to in the third?
I just worry about Tippett because I think he's playing with something significant. Like, they won't even disclose the part of his, like, the level of his body, upper or lower. I think it's more serious. So I can't go with Tippett. I just can't at this point. I'd like to see Zegras.
Yeah, Zegras is now. You got that power play to start. You know, he could get some offensive mojo off that power play, even if they don't score. I want him to score, though.
Yeah.
Get the first goal in this power play, but that could build him up for the period. I think he needs to be the guy that's got to deliver something, whether it's the assist, whether it's a goal, whether it's a big play in this game. I feel like that falls on the shoulders of Zegras as being probably the most skilled player on the team.
Certainly wouldn't be a bad time for it. Guy's got a contract coming up this offseason. Boy, you think you could probably get a couple $100K extra there, Ant, right? if you have a big, iconic playoff moment in the first series in quite some time. How do we feel about the fourth line tonight so far? And, you mentioned earlier, Couturier definitely playing banged up. Glendening is Glendening. Forster was really struggling. He's down on that fourth line. You feeling any sort of way about those guys?
I think they had a couple good shifts, but nothing that really stands out. I don't think they've been bad by any stretch, but they're not setting the tone like they did early in the series. They're not tone setters anymore.
Yeah, and again, you take Hathaway out and you get rid of some of that raucous energy.
Yeah.
That he can create after a whistle or getting in on a hit or a forecheck, So you've eliminated that tonight. It's not that Forster, that's Forster's used to playing in more of a top six role. I don't think it's a problem having him there on the fourth line. It's not bringing that kind of jam and energy that you're used to seeing the way it was composed beginning of the series.
Is that oddly kind of a good thing for this team, though? Like, when to take a little bit of that edge and a little bit of that energy away, is it necessarily a bad thing? Because you know that in this game, if the young team gets too emotional and starts taking stupid penalties, that could be the ultimate game changer for them. Was it almost in a way kind of a side effect, but a good side effect to not have as much of that chippiness in the lineup where you open yourself up to penalties? Or
no, I don't. I'm not really sure. I don't think so. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of penalties in this game. Only there's been 2 power plays aside after this penalty that Letang just took. So, yeah. No, I don't think so.
Ant, what are you looking for in this third period?
Win a period, win a series.
Yeah, that's it. That's the message in the locker room. That's exactly what Rick Tocchet's telling his players.
Win a period, win a series. That's the message. So you go out there, you're like, all right, we've had 2 pretty even periods, right? The momentum has shifted back and forth a little bit, but it's not been one team or the other that's really kind of stood out so far. It's been a very even game, and thus the score being 0-0. Both goalies are playing well. You win this period, you advance. That's it. That's what I want to see. Win a period. 20 minutes of hockey, be the better team for 20 minutes.
Do you experiment at all with switching up the power play unit that goes out there to start the period?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Not now. They'll do that in between games if they have to, or getting ready for the next series. But no, you'll keep it the same as you have worked on in the last day or so.
How do you guys feel like Vladar has looked as the game's gone on?
Pretty good. He looks sharp. Yeah, he's square to the puck. He's made some pretty good saves. He's been pretty good in tight when they've had opportunities. He looks sharp.
Shilas, it felt like in that period, had a couple of moments where the rebounds are getting a little bit bigger, a little bit juicier. And again, like when the guys started crashing the net, it felt like it was – I don't know if I would say that stylistically Shilas was playing differently at the very end of the period, but it did feel like he was getting nervous. Like, it did feel like they were starting to rattle him a bit because they were crashing in on the net in the same way. So we'll see. That obviously could be key here in the start of the third. Bundy, I ask you this all the time, but with a period to potentially win a series, how important are the first 5 minutes of this third period?
In this one, really important because they got 2 minutes of power play time to start the period. So you go from there, hopefully you score, but if not, get back on that forecheck, shoot the puck more, and hit the net. That's one of the big things in this series I think the Flyers can do a better job of the last couple of games, is getting shots by and hitting the net, and then getting after it for rebounds.
Tony Louis got a good question here. Can they lose momentum with a bad power play to start?
Yes. If it's a really bad power play, that can mull back over to 5-on-5. So that's why it's important they have a really good power play here to start.
And I guess that's also the message from Tocchet as these guys are coming out. Like, get out there, get the goal. But if you don't, not the end of the world. Like, you want to make sure they don't catastrophize it. You don't want that negative energy to kind of continue coming out of it, I guess.
Right. And you want to build where you give yourself a chance. If the power play doesn't score, leave yourself something for 5-on-5 that you can build off of from the power play. You don't want it where it gets cleared 5 times and you don't have any chances. You want to build something off this power play.
Anthony, what are you looking for? Any final thoughts here, I guess, before they go into the third period?
I've said it once, I'll say it again. Win the period, win the series. Play the best 20 minutes you can play as a team and be better than the other team for 20 minutes. All it takes. So it's where they are now, right? Yep. They haven't had this moment yet in this series where they play one great period and you win the series, right? Game 4, they were down. Game 5, they were down, right? They did not have this opportunity. The game is tied. You have that opportunity. You go out there and are the better team for 20 minutes. You advance to the next round. It's very simple, right? Play your game and be the better team for 20 minutes. That's all I want to see. Yeah. That's all I would want to see, right? Yep. I can't think of anything else that I would want to say.
Oh, it all comes down to this.
No, I agree. I agree with Ant right there. Win one period. That's all they got to focus on right now.
So I have a number for you before we head out. This season, the Flyers have played 16 games where the score was tied going into the third and final frame. They were 11-1-4 in those games. Pittsburgh, conversely, 8-4-6. So under 500 for Pittsburgh when the game is tied entering the final frame. The Flyers have an advantage there. So we'll be back post-game here on the Press Row Show. Welcome into the Press Row Show, the number one rated pregame intermission postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and west of wherever you want. Boy, oh boy. We're not here postgame.
This is historic, Russ.
I don't know if they have the clock right. They started it at 18, but I thought it was only 15 minutes when you head into overtime.
I don't know.
So we have to do an extra 3 minutes?
We can make an extra 3 minutes happen.
But this is historic.
It is.
This would be the first ever third intermission Press Row Show.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
And maybe we'll be lucky and we'll get a fourth one. The way tonight's going, maybe we'll have a fifth one. I actually could, if you reach out real quick, just do this with me real quick. Just do this.
Yeah.
Bundy, do you feel that, guys?
What is that?
I definitely feel overtime, but I'm feeling a chance of double overtime in the air.
Stop it.
Yeah, they fixed the clock. Now they would just put it to 14 minutes.
Okay. Look up. See, we did this, and all of a sudden the time just flies.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
They weren't ready in Philly for overtime hockey.
We just made magic happen, guys. Here's a real question, Dan. Over in the press box, they start tearing everything down. The tubular meats are off the grill. The cookies that were left are probably gone. What are they going to do with a rowdy press box now? Do they scramble to put everything back out?
No. No, they don't.
I made a coffee during the third period. It's an abomination. It's not coffee. It's like coffee tinted water. No, it's like coffee tinted water. Well, at least it doesn't have the burnt grinds on the bottom. That's the worst. We will talk hockey. Yeah. I guess we could talk hockey now. Bundy, the question that was asked at the end of the second intermission was, if the Flyers have a bad power play, could that kill their momentum? Could that be a bigger negative than just not scoring? They failed to score. They had a couple of chances, but it was sort of a disjointed power play. Welcome to Philadelphia. But they didn't seem to let it rattle them. I mean, I think the Flyers on the whole had a pretty strong third period. Plenty of opportunities to score.
So did Pittsburgh, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They had a lot of chances. I don't want to say it killed the momentum. I don't think it killed their momentum in that period. It just wasn't. It was just another bad power play. We've become so used to seeing them. But I don't think it had any bearing on the rest of the period. I thought the Flyers had some opportunities. They had a couple really good opportunities. Pittsburgh did also. Been great goaltending in this game.
Yeah.
Been outstanding goaltending by both sides, and that's something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this one's coming down to. Which goalie blinks first? I think it's been about as even a game. I mean, there have been stretches where both teams have looked better than the other, but overall, when you add it all up, it's pretty 50-50.
Pretty 50-50, I agree. It's very, very right down the middle. I think the shots on goal I think they were even.
Well, Pittsburgh's ahead, I think, 32-28.
32-26.
26 for the Flyers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but, both goalies have made saves when they had to. They've not given up juicy rebounds. I mean, there was like one or two, but nothing that was super dangerous. They've done a really good job. And it's whoever figures them out first.
Bundy, obviously for the fans right now, it's incredibly nervy. The ones, I mean, you see it in the comments. People are talking about the fact that, they hate this feeling, this like nonstop nerves. As a player, do you start to feel it? Like when a game like this, with a chance to advance, goes to overtime, does that creep into your mind at all as a player? Like, do you start to kind of feel that anxiousness?
You don't feel anything in overtime. When you go to it, no, you just play. You're not thinking, if I make a mistake or if I do this or I do that. No, you just play.
Is it like a kind of freeing feeling, I guess, to that?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I don't want to say you're freeing. I mean, you're still aware of your surroundings. You're aware that the next goal wins the game. So you're vigilant of that, but you're not playing your game any differently. You're just playing. Yeah, and I've been there many times, many overtimes in the playoffs, and it's not you don't panic at all. There's no panic in your game.
I was told that Intern might actually have another trivia question. Is that true, Intern?
I did. I had a backup prepared just in case you got the first one correct, like right away.
All right. Well, I don't think we have a second song for you, but we'll bring you on.
That's fine. Now's as good a time as any.
So this is like extra trivia time.
Yeah.
This is unprecedented.
So the last game, Connor Dewar scored a goal, I think, to put Pittsburgh up 2-0, and then 12 seconds later is when Bump made it 2-1. That was the second shortest time span in between two goals in the history of Flyers versus Penguins in the playoffs. Number one, again, bringing up 2012, hoping for the good vibes. Number one, 2012 Game 2. Flyers scored to tie the game 3-3, and 6 seconds later, the Penguins reached up the lead. So who are those two goal scorers? One for the Flyers, one for the Penguins.
In 2012.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Hartnell.
No.
So the Flyers tied it at 3,
Yeah.
and then Pittsburgh took a 4-3 lead again after that.
I mean, the final was 8-5. It was madness after that. But
Right,
yeah, they were,
right.
those goals were 6 seconds apart.
He did.
Did he?
Yeah, go ahead. You can-
Billy Leno?
No.
Trying to think of power play or postseason performers. 2012. Forward?
Yeah, go forwards.
Claude Giroux
Claude Giroux,
and Malkin.
not Malkin.
It wasn't, Sidney Crosby.
Wasn't Crosby.
What game was that again? Game
2.
2. No, it's a good one. It's good trivia. It's a tough one.
I can play music.
Sure.
Let me see. Hold on. I think I have the ability to play some music here. Let's do some thinking music. How about this one? How about this one? I think this one's pretty good.
Tyler Kennedy.
No.
What's this one?
8 minutes to come up with the answer here.
Having a hard time with this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even going to.
So I believe
Wait,
He was-
don't tell us.
I was going to give a hint.
Okay, hints. Are
Yeah.
I think the hint Bundy will get it after the hint. He was traded to the Penguins in exchange for Spit and Chicklets host Ryan Whitney. He's part of that trade. From the Ducks to the Penguins.
Anaheim to Pittsburgh, right? Yeah.
Was
Pascal
Sakura?
Dupuis.
No.
Who?
Pascal Dupuis.
No. Who did you say?
Sakura?
No.
Also, Sakura was
Max Talbot.
No.
He didn't go from the Ducks.
Yeah.
All right, initials.
CK.
Chris Kunitz.
Yes.
There we go. Did anybody get it out in the comments?
He was annoying. That
He
guy.
was annoying. He was a very effective playoff
Yes.
performer. Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Chris
we had a few people get it out there in the comments. Good job to all of you.
Yeah.
Did.
We got 5 overtimes on us tonight.
Probably.
Could you imagine, Bundy?
What?
Could you imagine if this thing goes 5 overtimes?
I still take a lot of pride in holding that record.
What game was it a couple years ago that came really close to being
Tampa and Montreal in the bubble.
Yeah.
In the bubble. They missed it by
No,
like 40
wasn't it,
seconds.
wasn't
By
it
40
Columbus?
Was it Columbus?
Tampa and Columbus?
Tampa and Columbus?
Was that first
think
the
it
first
was.
round series the upset?
Because remember,
The
Seth
8-1
Jones
upset?
had over an hour of ice time. I remember that game.
It was whatever. Bundy's right. It was in the bubble, and it was 40 seconds shy of the record.
Let me find the box score.
It was 40 seconds shy, or something like that. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every guy on the team takes a lot of pride in that big 5 overtime win. We don't want that record broken.
That's like the Dolphins not wanting the perfect season thing broken.
Yeah, right, right.
Bundy, question here from Justin Decker, 6404. Will they shorten the bench in overtime? Can you afford to shorten the bench?
I think so. I think you got to pour it all in here.
I will say I'm surprised that they actually kind of rolled the lines and rolled the defensive pairs even through the third period.
Yeah, they did.
Does
Does that speak to the fact that a few of these guys are really banged up, and you're afraid of shortening it?
Could be.
And you don't want to jostle the non-injured guys onto them.
Could be that they're feeling it, guys. They were very short shifts in the third period. I will tell you that they were really short.
All right, I got the game. Game 1, the Lightning beat the Blue Jackets in 5 overtimes. Seth Jones had 65 minutes and 6 seconds of ice time.
Yeah.
Just crazy. And didn't even win.
They lost, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a bad feeling.
Braden Point had the overtime winner in that game.
I'd also like to point out tonight, have you been feeling extra safe tonight, intern?
Extra safe?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We have a dedicated law enforcement officer up here with us.
By the way,
Yeah.
great guy. Huge fan of our show.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit while I was setting up when I got here.
Yeah, he's a Philly cop.
Philly cop,
Did he call you intern?
No.
Okay.
based in West Philly in my old neighborhood.
Oh.
And we were talking about my old neighborhood for a little while.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, really good guy. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Like the lowest, Juleson obviously has the shortest amount of ice time at 10:31. But the forwards are all pretty close. Like the leading forward looks like it's Zegras at 18:13.
Okay.
And the shortest, Noah Cates, 12:41.
Really?
Oh, I'm sorry, bump, 12:16.
I was going to say.
12, but it's close enough.
I feel like Cates has had some pretty big moments in this one as well.
Yeah, Cates had that turnover there that he picked up, and he took that
He had
shot.
the shot right in the slot, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody's like really, it's like not a
What's
real.
Michkov at?
13:37.
Well, are the
Played
pe-
that much, huh?
17 shifts. I mean,
Is anybody complaining out there? Are we feeling
that line has had the fewest shifts of all.
Okay.
But it's not like it's by a ton.
It's not a massive disparity
No.
between the, yeah.
Like the Konechny's only at 15 minutes. So,
Which is interesting given he plays
yeah, I mean it's
special teams
it's
too.
only 90-second difference there. So, it's a shift and a half kind of thing. So leading ice time person for the Flyers on defense.
Sanheim.
No.
Risto.
No.
Drysdale.
Jamie Drysdale at 24 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's had a pretty solid game.
Yeah, he's moved his feet well tonight.
Yeah. And York at 23:38. They've quietly had a good game together.
Yeah.
So our good buddy Jake, remember the guy who did the app for us?
Yeah.
He sent me a message that said, just trying to look for symmetry in the building. Simone Gagne did the ignite the orange thing tonight.
Yep.
Game 6 in this building, overtime game winner was Simone Gagne against Tampa in 2004.
Yeah, in the semis there, yep.
It was a game 6 in this building that went to overtime. I don't know if there's been another one since then. Game 6. A game 6 in this building that went overtime.
Yeah, I don't know.
That might be the last one that was a game 6 that went overtime.
You know who else I saw in the building tonight?
Mark Recchi.
I saw Mark Recchi.
Also an overtime goal scorer in Toronto, right?
Yeah.
That was triple overtime, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yep.
18 minutes, 7 seconds. That's what's in the air.
And
18:07.
And wasn't, if I remember correctly, wasn't his wife about to give birth?
Was she?
That sounds
that night or that like.
I don't remember.
I think he had to get you guys as soon as you guys got home. He had to go to the hospital or whatever because his wife was giving birth. So.
Bundy.
Yeah.
Michelle reminded me.
What?
How can I forget?
What?
The last game 6 that went to overtime here was the Blackhawks winning the Stanley Cup.
Why are we doing that? Come on, Michelle. Not tonight.
That's a rough reminder.
Thanks, Michelle. Completely.
Well,
we all try to put that game out of our memory.
We got to exercise some demons here.
You know what? Good point, intern. Exercise the demons tonight. Bundy. As the guys get ready to take the ice, it's obviously sudden death. Next goal wins it. You can argue, to some extent, next goal wins the series, right? I mean, you don't want to think of it in a negative way. You want to think of it in a positive way. What's the one thing Rick Tocchet is preaching to his guys as they're about to take the ice in the most important moment of the season?
Just play, don't think. You've got a game plan, execute it, but just go out and play. Go out and do your best you can. Try to win the game. Someone's going to be a hero in our locker room tonight. That's what they're looking for. And it shouldn't be too complicated at all.
We will see how this pans out. If it goes to another overtime, we'll be back. If it ends the game, positively or negatively, we'll be here with Postgame. Now is the time to lock in, ladies and gents. Overtime. We'll talk to you next overtime or postgame here on the Press Row Show.
pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and going to the second round. Your team, your town, your Philadelphia Flyers. Ladies and gentlemen, they did it. They don't ask how. They ask how many. Good God, Bundy. What an insane evening we have had here. Holy shamoly, Bundy.
Yeah, that was something else. I mean, the whole hockey game was a great hockey game. Even at 0-0, it was a well-played game. Pittsburgh had the best of the opportunities in overtime.
Yep.
So the Flyers got a little momentum, and they ended up burying it past Shelov's on Cam York's kind of seeing eye shot in overtime, and that gives the Flyers a 1-0 lead, another shutout for Vladar, and on to the second round they go to take on Carolina, which will be another unbelievably good series.
I think I speak for every Flyers fan out there. I hated every second of that overtime. The stress, Bundy.
I was pretty relaxed.
Well, you've been in those situations, and you've been on the ice for those kind of games.
Yeah, I felt pretty good about it.
Does it feel any different when you're watching it instead of participating
I'm just excited. I mean, obviously, as a player, there's that different. It feels for like that 1 second when you win an overtime game that you got the Stanley Cup. Just for that 1 second, that's the amount of excitement that goes along with an overtime win. They're thrilling. It's a great feeling in the locker room. Great feeling on the ice afterwards. And that was a special win tonight. Flyers came up big. Vladar was unbelievable when he had to be. Made some terrific saves. First star, in my opinion, in this game. And he did a lot of great things. The Flyers hung on there. It wasn't perfect. I did not love the overtime at all, but they did enough to get the job done and win the game.
Look at these people. Look at the people out there. They're excited. We very rarely show you what it looks like from our perspective. This is what we see every night as the people are coming in and they're going out. And you could see the massive humanity as they're starting to exit now, Bundy. No one wanted to leave. I mean, we're quite a few minutes after the puck ends up in the back of the net. The people are excited. They should be. This lady over here, she's excited. That lady next to her, also excited, almost took an elbow to the eye there.
She almost knocked her friend out. You're right.
I think she did. She landed a strike.
She almost got 5-minute elbow and made her friend out.
So, listen, what a night. It has to be said, this was one of those incredible sorts of performances. And Bundy, like, this series, so much of it has come down to Dan Vladar. And Dan Vladar needing to step up in a big way. And it once again happened tonight.
Yeah, Vladar was great again. I mean, he was rock solid when they needed him to be. Seeing him on the replay here, he's right in that scrum there, cheering on his teammates at the end.
Yep.
And Cam York, the most unlikely guy. I bet you no one had Cam York on their overtime challenge score sheet, and he ends up getting it done. And that was a great win. The fans are happy. Everybody's pretty pumped up, and we get to see more hockey here in the second round, which is even better. That is honestly about as nervy of an ending of a game as I can remember in a long time, Bundy. Yeah, Pittsburgh had their chances, so they had a lot of them. Overtime actually started. I thought that the Flyers, the first 5 or so minutes of overtime, it was kind of okay, and then it felt like there was a stretch in there that felt really nasty. Pittsburgh was setting up more in their offensive zone. They were actually getting possession. They were getting opportunities, a lot of deflections. The Flyers, conversely, had a lot of moments in that overtime, Bundy, where they just couldn't get anything going. They're trying to dump in. They couldn't maintain possession. Yeah. They couldn't get. I honestly thought that it started to feel like, oh boy, we're going to a Game 7. I'm trying to find the shots on goal, but Pittsburgh had the significant shot advantage towards the end of the game. I'll pull it up here. I think it was like 42-30. Here you go. It was 42-32 at the end. Okay. So, that's a rock-solid job by Vladar, stopping all 42 shots he saw tonight. That's incredible. Unbelievable, yeah. This is incredible, yeah. And you know what, Bundy? I brought up today, the Vezina finalists were announced. And I'm not saying that Dan Vladar should have 1,000% have been a Vezina finalist. But when you stack up his numbers against Sorokin, Vasilevsky, and who was the third? Swayman. Yep. I'll tell you what, if Dan Vladar didn't end up getting some down-ballot Vezina votes this year, there is something fundamentally wrong with the system. His second shutout of the season, both have come in the playoffs. Both have come in this series. Yep. And what a fitting end to the series that Vladar, who we all said coming into the series,
the ultimate advantage the Flyers had, bar none, was going to be the one in net.
Yeah.
And it came to fruition.
Yeah, he was that good. Vladar was excellent for the Flyers in this series. You think about it, he got jinxed by 2 goals in the last 2 games that cost the Flyers, and he's able to bounce back tonight with an absolutely perfect performance. So, he did his job. That's outstanding goaltending, and that's what you need in the playoffs sometimes to get a big win.
That was just huge. This whole postseason has kind of felt like a little bit of vindication for a fan base that has been much maligned. And it felt like everything was starting to turn a little bit, right? First 3 games, everybody's happy. First loss starts to get a little bit nasty. Second loss, you start getting some people. I've been calling them rats, Bundy. There have just been people that have been stirring up controversy, stirring up all kinds of crap online. And tonight, you get a big win, you get an overtime win, and now everybody's happy. If you're out there right now, and I don't know I know Ant was looking at it during the intermission going into overtime. He's looking at the shifts and the shift length and the time on ice. If anybody out there right now, if you're at any point between now and game 1 of the second round, if you are scrutinizing the minutes or the shifts or whatever, you need to go outside and touch grass or go into your freezer and touch some ice. They got it done. Rick Tocchet deserves a lot of credit. Push the right buttons. Some would argue the change that he made last game, you run the risk of potentially throwing off some chemistry. Tonight, really shook up the lineup.
He did, and played,
it worked.
And he played a lot of the guys in this game. He wasn't like he shortened the bench. I didn't know how much of Mishkov we were going to see in overtime. He got the overtime assist on that nice little play he made across to York on the blue line. They had a situation in the overtime. They had Barkey and Mishkov on the ice together. With Cates, that's really trusting your players in a very, very big spot. And so the Flyers ended up getting it done. They had a little pressure before that. Martone missed one on the doorstep.
That backhand.
The backhand just poked it away. That was close. They had close chances. Pittsburgh had some close chances too. So it was a really, really good game, a really, really good NHL playoff game to watch, and I have great memories of being here for that.
And somebody who probably feels a little bit vindicated tonight.
Who's that?
Michkov picks up an assist.
He does. He played all right tonight. He's still.
It wasn't perfect.
He's still a liability defensively. He is. He gets lost in coverage in the D zone, and you can make plays on him. But I thought for the response you're looking for, I thought he had a great response tonight.
He did.
Yeah.
And you know what? You hope you carry that momentum into the next series.
Yeah,
you really do.
That's exactly right.
I'm actually going to go out here really quickly. So video guy Amadeo is downstairs, and he's got some footage here. He's got the video of the people, the sea of humanity. He's in the building downstairs. So we're just throwing out to so you can see what's going on down there. Look how excited the people are.
Where's that? Is that Ant?
No, this is video guy Amadeo. He and his
okay.
dad have season tickets, so they're down there on the concourse. They're out there having a blast. And this is what it looks like out there. We don't have the sound on because God knows what obscenity is.
Just in case.
Well, you know what? Do we run? We'll unmute it first. That's not like a Let's Go Flyers chant out there, I think. I'll tell you what, this is why we always say you never know what to expect on the Press Row Show, but that is the current video coming out of the Xfinity Mobile Arena as people are getting ready to head out. Absolutely wild night down here. There was there's a wee little child too.
He doesn't have the headphones on either, which is nice to see.
Well, that's not the kid. Yeah, but I wonder. Yeah, there was a baby that was shown on the screen.
Yeah,
and the baby had the giant headphones on.
Oh yeah,
and the dad was going like,
yeah, shaking him around.
You got to be careful there.
Yeah,
that's a future lawsuit waiting to happen. Anyway, what the hell's that sound?
I forgot. Someone just mentioned his name. Did you realize Kevin Hayes was on this team?
Yeah, yes, because I said this to Russ game 4. I
didn't even remember he played on the team.
I went out to the press box to get a soda, and as I was walking out, the Penguins scratches were all getting in the elevator to go down, and I actually saw him standing in the elevator. We should have had him on. We should have, yeah. But he had you ever see the show Peaky Blinders?
Yeah.
The hats that they wear.
Yeah.
He had that on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that on, yeah.
Well,
I thought I recognized him.
There you go. We gotta get the crowd sound. I mean, Bundy, this is what we've all been waiting for, right? This is
Yeah, and you
exactly
beat your cross-state rival. You had a 3-0 lead in the series. You squandered a couple, and you come back in Game 6. I said it before the series, Flyers in 6. Not how I thought we'd get here, but Flyers in 6.
No, I mean, I thought 5 was in play, and realistically, it probably should have been, but you take it. They don't ask how, they ask how many. You picked up the 4 wins. And listen, the thing that we kept coming back to, even as they lost these last 2 games, you're a fluke goal 2 games ago from having a chance to win. You're a fluke goal last game away from overtime. It felt like there was still a significant enough talent gap between these. I think they were pretty evenly matched, but there was enough of a significant gap at even strength especially that the Flyers over the course of 4 games weren't going to lose 4.
Yeah, I never felt like they were going to lose this series. I just didn't know how long it would take. Even if they lost tonight, I felt like they still had a good chance to win in Pittsburgh, which I didn't want to go back there, obviously. I mean, you don't want to be up 3-0 and then give away 3 games, and then you take it to Game 7 that way, which is not a good predicament to be in. But we don't have to worry about it. The only thing you got to worry about now is the Carolina Hurricanes, who to me is the top team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just enjoying.
You like watching all that, eh, Russ?
I think it's a good, you know what? I think on the whole, especially for the people who are at home, the people who can't be down here at the arena.
Right.
I think listen, we're not saying that this is exactly like living it, right? But I would say that having a little bit of footage from inside the building maybe makes it, especially we have how many people who watch this show in other states. We've got like Texas covered a lot. We've got California. We've got New Mexico. Mike the York. Come here. Mike, come here.
Way to go on the Oregon tonight, buddy.
Mike, come here real quick. Get on the mic. Come here.
Come on over here.
We're going to bring on Mike.
Put this on for a second.
There is no better, and I mean none. There is no better organist in the National Hockey League.
Oh my God.
And I don't know how we'll get there, but we need to have somebody do an official ranking of organists. And if they don't do it, we're going to start it.
Oh, there's some really good ones in this league.
While Lauren Hart,
you're the best.
While
buddy.
Lauren Hart is the number 1 anthemist, we are going to declare it now number 1 organist in the National Hockey League, and we don't care who knows this man.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Russell.
Mike,
Fired up.
How did you're fired up?
It was a crazy tense game, wasn't it?
It was.
It was just one of those bang your head against the table games, and then we got a nice finish at the very end.
Yeah, it was good. It kept everybody on the edge of their seat.
Yes,
that's
it
for
was.
sure. Yeah.
Definitely exciting.
We're in Warrington again tomorrow night, by the way.
I know. I wish I could be there. I'm gonna be at work.
Okay,
I'm gonna try to send you people.
I told you. You told me to tell you when we're in Warrington.
I would.
So,
It's my neck of the woods. So.
Yeah. So if you're in the general Warrington area tomorrow, we're doing Snow the Goalie Radio 6:00 tomorrow. Chickies and Pete's in Warrington. Come on out. We'll have a lot of fun. We have a great game now to recap. It's going to be an exciting night. And we get to actually take a deep breath because, Bundy, I mean, it would kind of suck to do the show tomorrow if this were going to a Game 7.
Yeah, that would be a unnerving show, yeah.
So now we get to kind of look at the positives coming out of the series, the things to work on, and then obviously previewing Carolina. Mike, we don't need to hold you up, but thanks.
Mike, thanks for coming on, buddy. We wanted to introduce the number 1 organist in the league to our fans. So.
And I'll tell you what, Mike, on one hand, we're excited about the hockey to come, but I think we're more excited to spend just a few more nights here.
Oh yeah,
with
absolutely.
you.
Oh, the same player.
There you go.
See you, Mike. Have a great night, buddy.
Have a good night.
Take care,
Mike.
See you, buddy. Have a great night.
Stick taps for Mike.
Yeah, Mike's
Stick taps.
the man.
There we go. We're getting Bundy, the super chats are coming in. They are flowing. We got to get to, I think there are a few here that we have not gotten to yet. All right, so let's try to jump around here a little bit. Let's see. Greg Bondarenko says, great series coverage, Snow the Goalie. Thank you, Greg. Hope you'll join us for the Hurricane series.
I met Greg, I think, last week. Greg introduced himself to me.
There you go.
Pretty sure he did.
There you go. Phantom 6715 sent a super sticker. Well, thank you, Phantom. Very kind of you. Fawcett yells Vladar. We're going to violate our own rules here. This person says that Pittsburgh should eat feces, I believe is what that says.
My God.
So we had that. Let's see. Wyatt's Hot Takes says, hey, Russ, speaking of rats, what do you think of Kevin NYT Rat Kurtz will say about Mitchkov's game-winning assist? I guess we'll find out. We'll have to read it tomorrow.
We'll read it tomorrow. I won't read it, actually. I don't subscribe to that stuff.
You know?
No.
Bundy's
I'm not paying for a subscription to that.
Not a subscriber. T from the TO3 sent us some money for apps tomorrow. Thanks
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, brother.
All right, so Bundy, it's pizza, it's a bowl of clam chowder, and
some
shrimp tomorrow.
I'm going to double up the shrimp tomorrow.
Are you?
Oh yeah,
24.
Yeah, they're making me drive back out there again. I'm going 24 shrimp tomorrow. I might even do that big seafood buffet. You know, the one that's like $93.
Why not?
I might get that tomorrow.
They have a
night.
seafood tower. I'll go on a seafood
they
tower.
got-
You like
they got-
oysters? You know
Oh
oysters?
yeah. I love it all, man.
All right, so oysters.
Yeah,
shrimp,
we can get it all.
shrimp,
Get the big
the
tower.
lobster.
Yeah.
Or just we can get expenses to Ant's company. He's not
Yeah,
here. He doesn't know.
No, he doesn't no idea.
Thanks, Ant. Thanks for the
Yeah, they got a
seafood tower.
big giant crab boil. So I'm looking into that tomorrow night.
Sting Chameleon 1, thank you for the super chat. Says great game and coverage. Shout out from, is it Newfoundland or Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland. That's what I thought. All right.
It's one of the great provinces in Canada. If you haven't been up to Newfoundland, Russ, I've never been. Take a trip up there sometime.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
I'm going
eye-opening and great people.
I'm going up to Canada next month. I'm actually like in 2 weeks.
Whereabouts?
Well, I better Toronto.
Okay.
I better make sure that I don't know, could the Flyers still be playing in 2 weeks? I guess anything's possible. Who knows?
I think Toronto's still part of Canada.
Well, I don't know if they're part of anything, to be honest with you. They're a little bit of a mess, those fine folks. Let's see what else is out there.
Well, this comment is interesting.
Hold on, wait. Wyatt's hot takes says the super chat. Thank you, Wyatt. Bundy not paying for the athletic man of the people.
I would never pay for that. Why would I pay to read some article I probably already know what he's going to write about? I hate that when I go click his article and it's like it shows you like 2 seconds of it, then it puts on a paywall.
That bothers you.
I don't like
well,
that.
Well, there are some sites to get around paywalls. You know,
we don't charge anybody to come on here. Why would I pay to read that crap?
Not here. We don't charge.
I used to travel with Kevin when he was like the photographer for the team, and he graduated to writer and all that. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I remember when he was like just
a wee little lad. Was he always that tall? He's a tall guy.
A peon here.
A peon.
Yeah.
T from the TO3 of the super chat. Thank you, T. So shout out from Fort Lauderdale Beach at Parrot Lounge. We are flyered up here. That's what we love to say.
Parrot Lounge. I've heard of the Parrot Lounge.
Have you heard of the Parrot Lounge?
Yes, I have.
Have you really?
Yeah, I have.
No way.
Yeah, I have. I've heard of the Parrot Lounge.
I've never heard of the Parrot Lounge. By the way, I love this was happening pregame too. I don't know if you. It's like every time you come on pregame now, it's Chris Therien, Flyers fan.
Flyers fan. I love it.
If you missed it, there was a thing. Fox 29. It was the bus trip, right?
We were taking the bus trip. We were leaving from Philly, just over by the ball field.
Yeah.
And they put me on TV with Jeff Spursky. He's asking me about the trip and about the series and all that. And then it said below Chris Therien, Flyers fan. Didn't say former Flyer or Flyers alumni. It said Flyers fan. And you know what? I am a Flyers fan.
You got to stay humble.
You know what? I think it's okay for you to be a Flyers fan.
There's a lot of guys that are Flyers fans that played for the team. We want them to do well.
You should.
We want them to have success. It was really the only home I knew in my NHL career for a long time in this town, and I love it here. So I'm proud for the guys. I'm glad they got it done. And if you want to call me a Flyer fan, go right on ahead and do it. I love it.
David Cross, thank you for the super chat. Says Krabby Fries for the boys. I have to get down to one of these Chickies and Pete's. Snow the Goalie shows. Well, here's what I can tell you. So we have one that's a makeup for last week. So whenever the Flyers season ends, maybe with a Stanley Cup final, who knows? We'll do kind of like a season recap. I think that's going to be like the extra show that we do. But we will be in Warrington tomorrow. It is a nice location. We got a nice little area outside. There's that fireplace in the outdoor area there.
Nice, yeah.
That's nice. And,
I might be there. I'm not sure yet.
All right. Well,
I'm 100%.
Well, listen. If not, then I'm gonna have to eat the seafood tower all by myself.
You should order a clam bake too, and I'll order one. They have it. Where do you see it tomorrow? Where do you see it
What's
tomorrow?
What's a clam bake?
It's got everything. It's got mussels. It's got the clams. It's got the crabs, the snow crabs.
That's not like the thing. That's not like the seafood boil where they put the newspaper out and then the corn.
Oh yeah, it's something like that. You got corn in there. Potatoes.
Oh yeah, I thought that's like a boil. Isn't that called a seafood boil?
Seafood boil or crab boil or whatever they
do that.
Call it. Yeah. You going tomorrow, Andrew?
I'll be there.
We're gonna rack up that bill, baby. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
SanFilippo, executive of his company, he's gonna have to answer to some people about that bill. It's gonna be a great bill.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the best bill since Clinton. No.
Come on out to buy your dinner. Do a show.
It's the only bill I could think of. What other bills do you know?
Russell.
I am Russell.
Yeah.
No, Bill Russell.
You
Bill
used to play
Meltzer.
for Celtics.
Bill Meltzer. That should have been the answer. Come on now, Andrew. All right. By the way, we had like 550 people in here watching on YouTube. So a big thank you to everybody who's tuning in. By the way, if you're new, we do the show pregame, intermission, and postgame every home game. We've been doing it for years. But if you're new here, we appreciate you finding us. We also do a weekly show at Chickies and Pete's at one of the 17 locations in the greater Philadelphia area. And we do stuff throughout the season, have some interviews. There's some dev camp stuff. We've been putting up the old episodes from way back when. You can find it on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts. I know Ant is downstairs. He's wandering and meandering. One thing, Bundy, and like we're not pulling up the interviews here as they're going, but you know, Sanheim's a guy who's been here for a long time.
Yeah.
And
he played a good game tonight.
Of all, I would make the argument, maybe you agree, disagree, of all the guys who kind of fit that core, right, that group of guys, to me, he's the one who has taken the most strides and become a guy who, when you talk about the pipeline of players, the kids are coming, he is the embodiment of what you hope you can develop a guy into being.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it took him a long time. It wasn't a fast process with him. It took him 7 years.
Yeah.
You know, when you get really boil it down before he kind of figured. Remember, don't forget when he was here, he was getting scratched by torts in his hometown. You know, so that wasn't that long ago, you know, so he's come an awful long way from them, and I think probably playing for Torts made him a better hockey player.
Yeah.
You know, and Ristol's played really well back there. You know, I don't believe either one of them is a number one defenseman. I really don't.
Yeah.
But together they're playing like a number one pair, and that's all that matters.
I'm looking over on, is that NHL Network is the one that's got the scrum right now? I think it is. Kevin Kurz, there's his head in the background if you're watching NHL Network.
Getting ready to write that athletic article tomorrow there that I won't read.
The paywall.
Make it free. You put one out the other day that was free. He actually put it like free with an arrow down on it.
Do I see Kevin Durso's dome behind Konechny on the other? So we got two angles of Konechny because of the way that we have it set up here. Oh, let me see. Can I think I could probably spin this, and you can see the video wall over there.
I see Konechny on the TV now. He absolutely has to be better next series.
Oh, without a doubt.
He was invisible for a lot of this series. He scored one goal. You know, it was not an easy ride for him, but they're going to need him to step up the next series. They really are. They're going to need their veterans to be better than they were, and that's going to be key.
We'll see if it happens. I mean, it kind of has to. There's intern. I'm trying to give. I don't think there's a way for me to like be able to do this better, but this is just to kind of give people an idea of what things look like around here. But we have the video wall over there, so you got double Konechny here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're just out here trying to live it up a little bit. Bunny, anything else you want to get to tonight?
No, a great win, great night, phenomenal game. Really a good 0-0 game to watch. There were chances all over the ice, and our home team got the job done. They move on to the second round in glorious fashion, and that's all you want to see from your team. You want to see a great win at home and in Game 6, and you didn't want to go back to Pittsburgh for that Game 7, and the Flyers ended up getting the job done.
Got to give a shout to the whole crew for getting it done tonight.
Everybody chipped in tonight. It was a complete effort by everybody. Vladar was the spearhead of the effort. I mean, he needed that great goaltending, and he provided that.
You know, one of those other things, like Ant kept saying he expected them to shorten the bench, and I did not look at the overtime shifts, but it felt like Taka was still rolling all lines.
He was, yeah. I mean, like I said, you don't.
So it really does kind of live up.
Lines. If Mishkov and Barkey were out there in overtime, then you knew he was rolling the lines.
So I mean, I think overall, what that tells you is it really was a total team effort.
It was,
tonight.
yeah.
Those guys,
Mishkov with a great assist on the goal.
Now, I usually would ask you, hey, you know, when you're looking at the team you're about to go up against, and you know that it's a powerhouse like Carolina is, you know, do you kind of go, ooh, that's a tough one. Based on the way they're playing and the fact that they just ended it on a shutout, the second shutout that Vladar's had, he's as dominant as he's been this entire postseason. Do the guys start to have that kind of feeling of, you know what? It doesn't matter who lines up across from us. We got a chance.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you have a good goaltender, that's where you find your belief. You know, if you think you're a little lesser of a team than them, and you have to stack up your goaltenders. And again, I think Philadelphia has a goaltending advantage again in this series. Freddie Anderson was really good for Carolina in round one. Mm-hmm. Carolina never trailed in that series, not for one single second.
It's crazy.
Yeah, in a 4-game sweep of Ottawa. You know, and they kept Brady Tkachuk off the board for all 4 games. Did nothing crazy in that series. So they're a great puck possession team. They move the puck east to west. They move north to south. They don't have a lot of flaws. They don't. They have a number one defending, like a true number one defender back there in Slavin. They're deep up front. They have a lot of everything. They're going to be a tough out.
But you know what? It kind of goes back to what we said before the playoffs got started. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy this playoff run that not a lot of people thought was going to be possible. Right. And not only do the Flyers make the playoffs, they win a first-round series. It's been forever since they've done that. They take out the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yep.
cross-state rival. You get to watch Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin and Chris Letang skate off the ice sad. That's got to warm the cockles of your heart. I think even those Flyers Twitter trolls, they might even have had a little smirk hit their face.
Yeah, I think he can't help but do it.
By the way, I love Scotty Wild Adventure here for thank you for the super chat. Says Dan Muse's therapist is about to make a fortune.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your coverage.
Poor guy.
Oh,
Bunny, can I ask you a question real fast?
Yeah.
Oh,
because Carolina swept. The Flyers series extended to 6 games. With being this late in the season, every team is playing hurt. So I think you would think the team with more rest would have the advantage. But I think statistically, if you look, when a team is coming off of a sweep against the team that's coming off of a 6 or 7 game series, the team that went with a longer series in the previous round usually ends up winning the next round. So I'll ask you, when you were playing,
if you're asking me right now, I would rather be the Carolina Hurricanes than the Philadelphia Flyers.
I just meant when
because
you
of
were
having the rest.
Yes, it's
Okay.
too important this time of year. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a meaningless stat for me. If one team went 6 and the other team just swept the team out, they didn't score on it, or they didn't have a lead on them in the series. I would rather be from an outside just looking at the two teams entering the next series. I would rather be the Carolina Hurricanes with the rest they got. And I mean, they're going to have. They finished on Saturday. They're going to Thursday. They have 5 days off. I don't know when conceivably they start this.
I'm looking.
They're going to have to wait for the other series to end.
Do they?
They don't jump the shark in the NHL. They don't do that. The NBA does that.
Okay.
They'll start a new series while another one's still in Game 7.
that always bothered me.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. So,
Stupid.
depending on how these other series go,
I think it could extend up until Sunday.
Sunday could be.
I'm thinking next
Bruins,
Tuesday.
Sabres. Man, that's a long time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The Flyers get a little bit of rest here too, though.
That is, I guess, a good thing too.
Yeah.
Like Ant was saying that he thinks Tippett's got a real injury that he's trying to play through. Vladar had 2 or 3. You got to hope Konechny's injured for how he's playing.
Yeah,
you kind of have to. You don't want anybody to be hurt. You have to hope that maybe he's got a knock and this next week off or whatever is gonna give him some time.
Yeah.
You know what the best part of this is? I'm just doing the mental math. And I'm thinking that there's like a non-zero chance that I'm going to be in Toronto while this next series is going on. I'm just trying. Let me think. Hold on. When am I out of town? So if the series starts next week, that would be like what, the 5th, the 4th, something like that. No, I'll be okay. If the Flyers advance past the second round, then it's problematic. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not about me. It's about the Flyers. It's not about me. It's about we.
Yes.
And we did it, guys.
No,
we did it. Our first ever playoff series, Bundy.
Yep. Big win.
Flyers get the win. All right. Big thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. Don't forget, you can find this show, all the other episodes of the show. All of it's on YouTube. It's also wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon Music, wherever you get your podcasts. We'll have a lot of stuff going on. Bundy will give us a heads up when he's going on to, Kipper and Bourne or some other national show. We'll start making sure we get those things promoted. Anthony, I'm sure, is going to be doing some stuff. I think he's got on Patterson's podcast tomorrow, probably. I got my show on Friday, 10 a.m. Intern Andrew, you going to be hopping on anybody's show? I think we got to start getting you some appearances.
If anyone wants to invite me, I'm happy to do it.
All right, there we go. So, big thank you to everybody. It's been a fun season, and the best part is we get to do a little bit more with each and every one of you. We hope to see you tomorrow night, Thursday night, 6 o'clock at Chickies and Pete's in Warrington. Until then, this has been the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show. Flyers win. Second round, here we come. Have a great night.